Hey there, and welcome to Stories Before Sleep. I'm glad you're here tonight. Wherever you are, tucked under a blanket, winding down after a long day, maybe watching the rain outside your window, this is your little moment to just slow down. Let's take a deep breath in and out. Tonight, we're drifting to Venice, a city that seems to float, half in the sea, half in time. A place where water replaces streets, where church bells echo through fog, and where even the rain seems to fall more slowly, as if not to disturb the centuries of quiet gossip sleeping beneath the stone bridges. The year? Well, it doesn't really matter. Venice doesn't care much for time. You could wake up here in 1420 or 2020, and the city would still smell faintly of salt, candle wax, and rain-soaked marble. But for tonight, let's imagine it's somewhere in the soft middle. Before tourists, after plague. When gondolas still ruled the canals and candlelight still shimmered from behind iron balconies. Outside, rain has been falling all evening. Not a thunderstorm, not a drizzle, just that steady, rhythmic Venetian rain that turns every surface reflective. The canals ripple softly. The street lamps, oil lamps, not electric, cast little golden halos onto the water. Somewhere in the distance, a church bell hums once, twice, then fades into the sea breeze. It's late, nearly midnight, but Venice doesn't sleep easily. A fisherman drags a net across the shallows. A window opens on the second floor of a crumbling palazzo, and a woman leans out to watch the rain, her candle flickering behind her. The air smells like wet limestone and salt. And below, somewhere near the Bridge of Sighs, a man walks alone, his coat collar turned up, his shoes making soft sounds against the stones. Not quite footsteps, more like memories passing by. That man is our quiet companion for the evening. You don't have to remember his name. He doesn't really need one. He's a traveler, a scholar of sorts, the kind of son who collects stories instead of souvenirs. Tonight, he's come to Venice because he couldn't sleep either. And if we follow him long enough, perhaps we'll both drift into a story soft enough to carry us there. He turns down a narrow street, if you can even call it a street. It's a lane so thin that two umbrellas can't pass without brushing. Above him, laundry lines sway like flags of surrender in the mist. He pauses near a corner where rainwater trickles from a carved lion's mouth, a relic from when the Republic of Venice still ruled half the Mediterranean. The lion's eyes are worn smooth by centuries of weather, but it still looks proud, or at least trying to. Venetians used to say that if you whispered your troubles into the lion's ear, the sea would carry them away before morning. So he leans closer, half smiling, and murmurs something we can't quite hear. Maybe it's a secret, maybe a regret, maybe nothing at all. The lion doesn't reply, but the rain does. A soft tap, tap, tap on his hat brim. He moves on, turning left, then right, navigating the city's watery labyrinth like someone who has been lost many times before. Venice does that to you. You don't find your way here. You just stop resisting being lost. And somewhere in that surrender, you begin to notice how beautiful it is. There's a tiny bridge ahead, arched so gracefully that it barely touches the water. Underneath, The canal glows faintly green, the moonlight breaking through moving ripples. A gondola passes silently beneath it, its oar dipping like a metronome. The gondolier doesn't look up. He just hums a song older than memory. Our traveler crosses, the wooden planks creaking under his steps. Beyond the bridge, the smell of roasted chestnuts floats from a stall, one of the few still open. The old vendor nods, wordless, handing over a paper cone of steaming chestnut. Their warmth seeps into his hands. He takes one, cracks it open, the sound almost lost in the rain, and eats it slowly, as if tasting something far more important than food. There's something about warm chestnuts in cold rain that makes even history feel human again. It's the kind of moment you imagine someone else once lived. A poet maybe, or a merchant after a long day of bargaining, or a monk sneaking a taste of something forbidden. Venice is full of ghosts like that. Not the spooky kind, just quiet ones that never quite left. As he walks, you can hear the distant bells again. Soft, echoing, slightly out of sync, like two churches disagreeing about the time. One of them, probably San Giorgio, has that low, deep tone that rolls through the mist like thunder underwater. The other, maybe Santa Maria della Salute, is lighter, more melodic. Together they create a rhythm the city knows by heart, the heartbeat of 1,000 quiet nights. He stops near the edge of a canal where the view opens wide. Across the water, the lights of the Doge's palace shimmer through rain, turning gold into liquid. The palace looks like it's exhaling, tired after centuries of pretending to be important. Once, this place ruled an empire that reached from Venice to Cyprus. Now it mostly rules the reflections in the water. He watches it for a while, breathing in the soft salt air. A cat slips past, silent, heading toward the shelter of an archway. There's a quiet intimacy to Venice at night, everyone moving gently, as if afraid to wake the past. Our traveler takes out a small notebook. The pages are slightly damp, edges curling. He writes something. We can't see the words, but the movement of his hand is slow, deliberate. You get the feeling he isn't writing to remember. He's writing to forget. Far away, thunder mumbles, polite, distant. The rain grows softer now, turning from steady to occasional. Drops slide from rooftops, collecting in tiny rivers along the stones. And somewhere, maybe from that same church whose bell we heard earlier, comes the faint hum of a choir rehearsal. Not words, just harmony. It mingles with the sound of water and wind, blending into something that feels older than both. He smiles, the kind of smile you give when you realize how small you are, and how okay that actually feels. Venice has that effect. It doesn't care who you were before you arrive. It just lets you disappear quietly into its rhythm. He keeps walking, passing under archways that frame empty courtyards. In one of them, a candle still burns behind a window. Maybe a painter finishing a brushstroke. Maybe a lover waiting. Maybe just someone who forgot to blow it out. It flickers once, then steadies. The flame casts a shadow that moves like a heartbeat on the stone wall. He sits on a stone bench under a portico. Rain drips from the edge of the roof, in a slow, deliberate pattern. Tap, tap, pause. Tap, tap, dot, dot. He counts them unconsciously. Somewhere behind him, a door creaks, then closes softly. He looks across the canal again, and this time he sees something he hadn't noticed before, a reflection that doesn't quite match the building above it. For a moment, it looks as if the water remembers an older version of the city, one where gondolas were painted black, not for fashion but for mourning, and where the nobles wore masks not to hide sin, but boredom. Venice was always like that, half theater, half confession. Every balcony, every bridge has seen too much, and still refuses to gossip. Maybe that's why the city feels safe to wander through at night. It keeps its secrets better than people do. He leans back, eyes half closed. A faint breeze carries the smell of rain mixed with incense from a nearby chapel. The sound of the bells fades, replaced by the slow rhythm of waves brushing against the walls. If peace had a sound, it would probably be this. You can almost feel it too. The weight leaving your shoulders, your breathing slowing, matching the pace of the rain. The city around you becomes softer, blurrier, less defined. And for a little while, there's nothing to do but drift. Let's stay here for a moment, just listening. The church bells hum again, distant and patient. Somewhere a door closes, and the rain, still gentle, fills the silence between each sound like punctuation in a poem only Venice knows how to write. He opens his eyes again and notices the smallest thing, a paper boat floating by. Someone must have set it adrift upstream. Maybe a child, maybe someone remembering being one. It moves slowly, caught in the rhythm of the canal, spinning once before gliding on. There's something comforting about that. A small, fragile thing just letting itself be carried. He stands, stretches lightly, and starts walking again, the chestnut paper still warm in his pocket. Ahead, the canal splits, one path leading deeper into the city, the other toward the open lagoon. He hesitates, then chooses the lagoon. The air grows cooler. You can hear the sea now, breathing against the stones. Every few seconds a wave sighs, like it's been doing this forever. And somewhere far off, another bell joins, not from Venice, maybe from the island of San Michele, the cemetery island, where even the dead get ocean views. He walks along the edge, where the city begins to blur into water. The wind carries faint whispers of music from somewhere, maybe a late tavern, maybe just imagination. Venice has a way of tricking your senses like that. Every sound echoes twice, once in air, once in water. It's hard to tell which one is real, but maybe that's the point. He finds a stone step and sits again. The lagoon stretches before him, dark and endless. The rain slows to a mist. The air feels heavy but clean, the kind that makes you breathe deeper without realizing it. He takes off his hat, lets the rain settle on his hair, and smiles quietly to himself. Behind him, the city hums, quiet, distant, safe. In front of him, the sea breathes, calm and infinite. And above, the clouds drift apart, just enough to show a faint sliver of moonlight dancing. On the water, if Venice is a dream, This is the moment you start to realize you're in it. The part where everything feels real but also untouchable. The air, the bells, the ocean breeze, all blending into one soft, endless rhythm. He closes his notebook. The paper is damp, the ink slightly smudged, but he doesn't mind. It feels complete, whatever it was he came to write. For a moment, everything pauses. The rain, the wind, the sea, even thought itself. And in that pause, you feel it. That perfect fleeting quiet where the world and the story become the same thing. So breathe in again, and let it all go. We'll stay here for a while longer, listening to the sound of rain brushing against ancient stones, the faint toll of church bells over water, and the ocean breeze carrying them away. Nothing to do, nowhere to be. Just the gentle rhythm of a rainy night in Venice. The rain stopped sometime before dawn. Not all at once, just gradually, as if the clouds got tired of carrying on. Now the air hangs heavy, full of that quiet aftertaste of rain, a mix of salt, stone, and something that smells faintly like wet iron. Our traveler hasn't moved much. He's still sitting near the lagoon, hat beside him, watching the water blur into morning. Venice doesn't really do sunrises. It does glows, pale silver spreading through fog until the outlines of domes and towers reappear, like old ghosts deciding to be visible again. The bells start again, softer now. They sound almost shy this early, one from San Giorgio, another from somewhere deeper in the city. They never quite match, but that's part of the charm. It's like two old friends talking over each other, both too polite to interrupt. The traveler pulls out what's left of his chestnuts, cold now, but still comforting. He eats one slowly, eyes following a gull gliding low over the lagoon. It catches a reflection of itself, then disappears into the mist. He thinks about leaving, but not seriously. Venice is the kind O.F. place that always convinces you to stay for just one more night. He stands finally, stretching the stiffness from his shoulders, and begins to wander back into the city. The cobblestones glisten, still damp. The gondolas are tied up, rocking gently. Little black commas in the gray water. Somewhere, a man sweeps the steps of his shop, pushing away puddles that will return anyway by noon. Venetians long ago accepted that fighting water was pointless. They just make room for it. Our traveler turns into a small square, a campo, where a fountain murmurs softly. Pigeons gather near its base, cooing half-heartedly. In one corner, a bakery window fogs up from the heat of rising bread. The smell is almost cruel. Butter, yeast, and something sweet that reminds him of childhood mornings he probably imagined. Inside the baker, an older man with arms dusted in flour, glances up and nods. No words needed. A few coins, a small loaf still warm, and a shared understanding that breakfast doesn't need conversation. He steps back outside, tearing off a piece of the bread. Steam curls up into the cool air. The taste is simple. Salt, warmth, quiet satisfaction. It's the kind of food that makes you stop thinking for a while. He walks slowly through the waking city. Shutters open one by one. Shopkeepers drag out signs, and the canals fill with early traffic, deliveries, fish carts, a few impatient gondoliers complaining about the price of oars. Venetians love to complain. It's practically civic duty, but they do it musically, like it's part of a song everyone knows. A woman tosses crumbs to the pigeons, muttering at them affectionately. A child in a red scarf skips through a puddle and gets scolded, but the mother's voice is soft, tired more than angry. A monk passes by, his sandals wet, eyes calm. Venice wakes up gently, as if even the city needs a moment to remember who it's supposed to be today. Our traveler turns down another narrow alley, half hidden behind a leaning wall. There's an old sign hanging above, the paint mostly peeled, but it once read, Al Leone Dorato, the Golden Lion. Probably a tavern once, maybe still. He steps inside. The place smells of coffee and sea salt, with just a hint of damp wood. A few locals sit at small round tables, speaking softly in Italian that drifts like smoke. The barkeep, a woman this time, middle-aged, sharp eyes softened by years of listening, nods in greeting. Un café? She asks. He nods. She pours from a metal pot into a chipped white cup and slides it across. It's strong, dark, honest. He drinks slowly, feeling the warmth spread through him. On the wall behind her, there's a small painting, faded but beautiful, a view of Venice from centuries ago. Sails, towers, no motorboats. It's signed by someone whose name is almost unreadable. He asks about it. Old family, she says in English, shrugging. My great-grandfather painted it. Never left the city, said the sea would miss him. He smiles. It's a sentiment only Venetians could say without irony. He stays longer than intended, listening to the quiet chatter, the soft clinking of cups, the way the world outside seems far away. When he finally stands, the woman just waves, as if she knew he wasn't the kind who said goodbye. Outside, the city is brighter now. The rain clouds have lifted, leaving a pale blue sky that looks slightly embarrassed about existing. You can almost see the sunlight trying to find where it's supposed to land between rooftops and domes. He heads toward the Rialto, the old bridge that everyone eventually finds, no matter how lost. It rises like a marble spine over the Grand Canal. Vendors set up along the sides, fruits, trinkets, postcards, things that have existed in some form for centuries. The bridge creaks under the weight of footsteps and memory. From the top, the view is pure Venice, the slow current of the canal, the rows of faded buildings leaning toward each other like gossiping old friends. Yens, the faint call of a boatman below, shouting something about tomatoes. He stands there for a while, doing what everyone does in Venice but never admits, pretending to understand time. You can almost feel the centuries pressing in, whispering in a language older than Italian. Merchants, nobles, poets, spies, all crossing this same bridge, all convinced they were important. None remembered exactly. The water doesn't care. It just keeps moving, reflecting whoever happens to be looking at it today. A small gust of wind brings the smell of the sea again, clean, salty, real. Clean. And for the first time since arriving, he feels the difference between stillness and peace. Stillness is waiting. Peace is surrender. He takes another deep breath and starts walking again, down the other side of the bridge, through a street so narrow it feels like squeezing between centuries. A gondolier passes by, singing softly under his breath. Something melancholy but not sad. Venetian songs are like that. They sound like longing learned to enjoy itself. At the corner, an artist is setting up an easel. The canvas already has the faint sketch of the city, not what it looks like, but what it feels like. He stops to watch for a while. The artist dips his brush into water pulled from the canal itself, as if the city will paint itself if he just gives it the right tools. "Venice paints you," the artist says without looking up. Our traveler smiles. It already has. He keeps walking, turning aimlessly now, letting the rhythm of footsteps on stone replace thought. A seagull cries overhead. Somewhere, a door slams. Somewhere else, laughter spills from a window. The city feels alive again, but not in a loud way, in that subtle, old-world, heartbeat way, like a creature that's learned to breathe underwater. He passes a small chapel tucked between two buildings almost hidden. Inside, candles flicker against walls painted with saints who look tired but kind. The air smells like beeswax and seaweed. A woman kneels in prayer, whispering something that sounds more like gratitude than request. He stands by the doorway, not out of piety but out of respect. You don't rush through spaces like this. They belong to a slower rhythm. When he steps back out, the sky is turning gold. Early afternoon light bouncing off the canals, turning every reflection into liquid fire. The bells ring again, overlapping melodies. They sound less lonely in daylight. He follows the sound toward the water again, crossing bridge after bridge, until the open lagoon returns to view. Tiuau. The air feels lighter now, carrying laughter from passing boats. Children point at pigeons. Tourists, fewer than usual, take pictures they'll never really look at again. He sits near the edge, on the same stone he found last night. The tide has risen a little, licking at the base of the steps. He doesn't mind. Venice belongs to the water, and anyone who stays here long enough learns to let it in, metaphorically and literally. He opens his notebook again. This time, he writes more deliberately, the pen moving in smooth, slow arcs. We still can't see the words, but we don't need to. It's not what he's writing that matters. It's the act of writing itself, putting stillness into motion, thought into form. Somewhere behind him, a group of young musicians begins to play. A violin, a cello, maybe a mandolin. The melody is simple, probably something they've played every afternoon since forever, but it fits perfectly. It's the kind of music that doesn't ask for attention. It just exists like weather. He listens for a while, head tilted slightly, then closes the notebook again. The page flutters in the breeze, but he doesn't stop it. Maybe the wind deserves to read too. The light shifts again, gold to amber to something softer. Venice glows at this hour. The buildings, the domes, even the algae in the water, all of it catches the sun and turns into memory. It's as if the city rehearses sunset like a Ritual. He stands and begins walking again, not because he needs to go anywhere, but because Venice isn't a place you sit still for long. Every few steps, another angle, another reflection, another secret. A cat stretches on a windowsill. Laundry flutters like flags of forgotten countries. And from a distance the bells ring one last time for the day. As evening begins to fold over the city, he finds himself near a small bridge he hasn't crossed before. There's a woman standing at its center, sketchbook in hand, drawing the fading light. She glances up and smiles, the kind of smile that belongs to people who have nowhere better to be. They don't speak. Venice doesn't need conversation. It prefers silence shared politely. He nods. She nods back, and they both return to watching the light die beautifully, as it always does here. The church bells begin again, distant but comforting, and with them that faint ocean breeze, carrying salt, stories, and maybe a few dreams too fragile to say out loud. Evening settles in gently, like a silk curtain falling over the city. Venice at dusk is a painting that keeps changing while you look at it. The light deepens, the water darkens, and everything that was sharp during the day softens into reflections. It's hard to tell what's real anymore. The church, the sky, the face in the water, all of it merges into one patient rhythm. Our traveler lingers near that small bridge a while longer, watching the last of the daylight curl along the canal. The woman with the sketchbook has packed up and gone, her footsteps fading into another alley. He doesn't mind being alone. In Venice, solitude never feels empty. It feels full of echoes, secrets, and the quiet company of centuries. The lamps flicker to life, one by one. They don't rush. Each lamp seems to wait for permission from the one before it, so the city lights up in slow waves, like it's remembering how to glow. Their golden halos spread across the cobblestones, meeting. The reflections of the first stars trembling on the water. Somewhere, the bells toll again. Long, slow notes, each fading just before the next begin. Their echoes travel across the lagoon and return softer, like lullabies told to themselves. The air carries a hint of salt and candle smoke, that signature Venetian mix of sacred and seaweed. He starts walking again, this time without direction, just following the glow of the lamps. The streets narrow, twist, open, twist again. You could swear Venice was designed by someone who loved mazes but hated straight lines. But it doesn't matter. You can't be lost when every corner is worth discover. He passes an open doorway where someone plays a piano. The melody is simple. A few slow chords, echoing softly through the stone hall. He stops outside to listen. The player isn't performing, just playing for themselves, unaware that the sound is spilling into the street. It's the kind of music that makes you remember people you haven't met yet. He leans against the wall and closes his eyes. The rain earlier has left the air cool and clean. His breathing slows. There's a phrase that Venetians use. Piano, piano, slowly, slowly. It's not just an instruction. It's a way of life. And tonight, he finally understands what it means. The piano stops. A pause. Then, the faint squeak of a chair being moved. The soft click of a door closing. He opens his eyes again. The street is empty. Only the sound of his own footsteps remains, tapping gently against the stone like punctuation marks in a sentence that never ends. He turns another corner and finds himself in a wide, quiet square, Campo Santa Maria Formosa. It's nearly empty, except for a stray dog curled near a bench, and a couple sitting under an umbrella, even though it's not raining anymore. The church dominates one side of the square, its white facade glowing softly under the lamplight. A few puddles remain from the afternoon storm, turning the square into a mirror of itself. He walks slowly across it, his reflection walking beside him. A little warped, a little slower. It feels like walking with time itself. He sits on the stone steps of the church, listening. There's always a kind of sound in Venice, even when it's quiet, a mix of distant oars, soft wind, creaking wood, and the occasional laughter that travels too far. You can almost imagine the city breathing with you, inhaling when you do, exhaling when you don't. He looks up. The sky has deepened into indigo. A few stars flicker through thin mist. The moon is out now, pale and round, reflected in 100 puddles and windows. Everything seems doubled, one version above, one below. It's impossible to know which is truer. He takes out his notebook again. A few pages remain blank. He flips back to where the ink smudged in the rain last night. It's almost illegible now, the words blending into something abstract. He runs a finger over them, smiling slightly. Sometimes blurred memories are kinder than clear ones. A faint sound draws his attention, the low murmur of water lapping against stone. He stands and follows it, drawn down a narrow passage that ends at a small dock. A single gondola waits there, tied loosely to a post. Its paint glimmers under the lamps, not black exactly, more like liquid shadow. The gondolier sits at the edge, smoking, face half hidden by his hat. He looks up and nods. Una corsa, he asks. A ride? The traveler hesitates, then nods. The man rises gracefully, unties the rope, and motions him aboard. The gondola rocks gently as he steps in. He sits back, the wooden seat still warm from the day. The gondolier pushes away from the dock. The oar dips into the water, sending slow ripples outward. The sound of the city softens behind them, replaced by the rhythm of the oar and the whisper of water against wood. It's like gliding through a dream that doesn't need you to wake up. They move through canals narrow enough that he can touch both sides with outstretched hands. The walls rise high, old, leaning, full of windows that seem to watch them pass. Sometimes a curtain moves, sometimes a candle flickers. Mostly, the city just observes quietly. Dove, the gondolier asks softly. Where to? The traveler shakes his head. Just around. The man smiles faintly, like he's heard that answer before. Everyone who comes to Venice says that eventually. They drift past hidden courtyards, under bridges so low he has to duck, past doorways half submerged by the tide. The air smells of moss, water, and the faint sweetness of decay. Not unpleasant, just ancient. Venice doesn't rot. It ages with style. The gondolier hums a tune under his breath. It's an old melody, one of those nameless Venetian songs that sound like sighs put to rhythm. The oar moves with it, keeping time. The traveler closes his eyes again, letting the sound wash through him. Every few minutes they pass another canal mouth where light spills from a window, illuminating ripples that look like liquid gold. Somewhere, laughter echoes faintly, then fades, swallowed by stone. Bells ring again, faintly now, from somewhere far across the water. You can almost feel the vibration travel through the canal and into the gondola's wood. After a while, the gondolier steers them toward the open lagoon. The air changes instantly, cooler, wider, freer. The sea opens like a mirror that forgot to end. Far in the distance, the silhouette of a church dome glows under moonlight. San Giorgio Maggiore, the church that guards the lagoon like an old sentinel. They drift closer. The traveler looks up at its white facade, glowing silver blue, its columns mirrored perfectly in the water. No wind, no sound. Even the sea seems to be holding its breath. The gondolier stops rowing, letting the current carry them. For a while there's nothing, just stillness so complete it feels like sound itself has fallen asleep. Then, softly, the church bells begin again. 3 slow chim. S, then silence. Each one spreads across the lagoon, trembling in the air like ripples on glass. The traveler exhales, the sound barely audible. He feels it, that strange Venetian peace that's equal parts melancholy and wonder, the kind that reminds you the world was beautiful long before you showed up to notice it. He glances at the gondolier. The man isn't looking at him. He's staring at the horizon, hat tilted low, as if listening to something only he can hear. Maybe he is. Venice is full of sounds that belong only to those who've stayed too long. They drift there for what could be minutes or hours. Time in Venice loses its manners after dark. Eventually, the gondolier dips his oar again, turning them back toward the city. The traveler doesn't speak. Words would only wake the moment. As they glide back into the canals, the faint scent of jasmine drifts from a nearby garden. A window opens overhead, and a woman's voice sings something low and sad. Not for anyone, just because she can. The melody floats down, touches the water, dissolves. Venice listens. They pass under a bridge where candles line the edge, tiny flames mirrored in the water below. It's not a festival. Someone probably just felt like lighting them. Venetians don't always need a reason for beauty. Sometimes beauty is the reason. The gondola slows near a small landing, half hidden by vines. The gondolier looks at him. The traveler nods. Yes, here. He steps out carefully, the boat swaying lightly beneath his feet. He reaches into his coat pocket and offers a few coins, but the gondolier shakes his head. Buona notte, he says softly. Good night. Then he pushes away, vanishing back into the maze of canals. The sound of the oar fading until even that is gone. Our traveler stands there for a moment, unsure where he is, but again, it doesn't matter. Venice doesn't care about coordinates. He looks around. A small courtyard, an old well in the center, vines climbing the walls. The only light comes from a single lantern swaying gently in the breeze. He sits by the well, the stone cool under his hands. The air smells faintly of salt and roses. Somewhere above, a curtain moves. Someone's still awake. Maybe writing, maybe reading, maybe just listening to the same sounds we hear now. Water, water, wind, the faint hum of bells across the lagoon. He closes his eyes again. The rhythm returns. Oar, bell, breeze, breath, all blending into one long, slow exhale. And just like that, Venice feels infinite again. The night deepens again, quietly, confidently, as if it's been doing this for centuries. Venice, after midnight, feels like a living heartbeat slowed to a whisper. Everything moves slower. The air, the water, even time itself seems to sit down for a while. Our traveler stays by the well, tracing circles on the damp stone with his fingertips. The lantern nearby sways slightly, its flame dancing in rhythm with the wind. Each swing changes the shadows around him, painting new versions of the same walls. It feels like the city is breathing, slow, steady, and alive. Somewhere in the distance, an oar dips into water. A cat jumps onto a ledge, shakes its fur, and disappears into the night. Beyond that, silence. The kind of silence that isn't empty, just waiting. He looks up at the buildings towering around the courtyard. Their windows are shuttered, but you can sense life behind them. A candle still burning, a soft sigh, maybe a story being told in another room. Venice is full of unfinished conversations that echo for centuries. You don't need to hear the words. You can feel their shape in the air. He takes out his notebook again. The pages flutter in the breeze, whispering against each other like restless paper wings. He writes slowly, not to document, but to steady himself, to move his thoughts somewhere outside of his head. Each word lands softly, almost reluctantly, as if unsure it deserves to exist. Venice feels like being inside someone else's memory. He writes that down, then stares at it for a long time, because it's true. This city isn't made of stone and water, it's made of recollection. Every bridge is an afterthought, every canal a sentence that never really ended. He closes the notebook and leans back against the wall. The sky above is darker now, a velvet curtain with a few loose threads of stars. The moon hides behind thin clouds, occasionally peeking through like a shy witness. And then, that sound again, church bells, soft and low, drifting across the water. They sound slower now, older, like they're ringing not for the hour, but for memory itself. Each toll carries across the lagoon, brushing the air, bouncing off the stones, returning as a faint echo that lingers longer than the original sound. It feels endless, circular, the sound of time remembering itself. Our traveler lets his eyes close. He breathes in deeply, the air thick with salt and humidity, and exhales through a small smile. There's something comforting about knowing that nothing here ever truly ends. Every sound, every ripple, every story, it all comes back eventually, like the tide. As he drifts between waking and dreaming, images begin to blur. A flash of a golden mask at a Venetian ball centuries ago. The sound of silk brushing against marble. The distant laughter of nobles pretending not to notice the sea rising beneath them. Venice remembers it all, quietly. He sees, in his half-sleeping mind, a painter standing on a balcony 300 years ago, staring at the same lagoon. The painter dips his brush into the same color the sky wears tonight, gray-blue with a hint of melancholy. He paints the reflection of the city, not the city itself, because even then, everyone knew Venice is more reflection than reality. Another sound joins the night, the creak of a wooden shutter opening. Our traveler opens his eyes slightly. Across the courtyard, a woman leans out, shaking a rug, then stops when she sees him. For a moment, they just look at each other, two strangers sharing the same sleepless hour. She smiles faintly, then withdraws, closing the shutter with a soft thud. The echo lingers. He murmurs to himself, "Good night," not sure if it's to her, to the city, or to the world. His voice sounds smaller than the silence around it, but somehow that feels right. The lantern finally dies out, the flames sighing one last time, before smoke replaces light. He doesn't relight it. The moon is enough. Venice doesn't fear darkness. It was built to glow from within. He stands again, brushing the damp from his coat, and begins to walk. He doesn't know where he's going. But then, neither does Venice. Every street is both an exit and an entrance. Every bridge leads somewhere you didn't mean to go, and that's the beauty of it. He walks through a passage so narrow his shoulders almost touch both sides. At the end, it opens suddenly into a wider square he's never seen before. A small fountain murmurs at its center, lit faintly by moonlight, reflecting off the window. There's a statue there, a man in robes, pointing toward the sea. He walks closer, brushing away moss from the inscription at its base. The words are worn, almost erased, but he can make out a name, Paolo Sarpi, a Venetian scholar, philosopher, and skeptic who once defied popes and empires alike, armed only with wit and a slightly bad temper. The traveler smiles faintly. Of course, Venice would immortalize a man who annoyed everyone equally. There's a strange kinship in that. He sits by the fountain. The water flows with a sound like whispering secrets to itself. For a while, he just listens. A memory surfaces, something his father once told him. Still water runs deep, but in Venice, it also runs through history. He hadn't understood it then. He does now. Because in this city, even the puddles are reflections of time. You could stare into one and almost see another century staring back. Maybe that's why the city feels eternal, because it never truly decides which century it belongs to. He leans back, hands in his pockets, and stares at the moon's reflection on the water. The ripples distort it, turn it into fragments, then pull it back together. It's like watching dreams try to remember themselves. Somewhere nearby, an accordion begins to play. The notes drift lazily through the air, finding their way into every corner. It's not a song he recognizes, but it feels familiar. The kind of tune you've heard in a memory you don't own. It's sweet, a little sad, but mostly gentle. The sort of music that asks nothing from you, except to listen. A window opens again. This time, a man leans out and joins in, humming softly, adding harmony to the accordion's melody. Then a woman laughs from another window, not mockingly, just joyfully, and for a moment, three strangers unknowingly make music together across the water. That's Venice. It doesn't need orchestras. It just needs someone awake enough to hear. The traveler stays still, letting the sound wash over him, feeling the city hum along with it. The bells answer again. 1, 2, 3 slow chimes, joining the tune without meaning to. Even the water seems to pulse in time. Everything is music now, soft and endless. He realizes he hasn't thought about the world outside Venice for hours. No trains, no deadlines, no noise, just rain, wind, bells, water, and the soft pulse of time forgetting itself. That's the gift of this city. It lets you dissolve quietly into something bigger, slower, kinder. He takes one last look at the statue of Sarpi and whispers, "You were right to stay," then stands, brushing off his coat again, and turns toward the faint glow of another street. The air shifts slightly, the kind of change that tells you the night is almost over. The tide rises a little higher. You can smell the sea stronger now, sharper, like it's reminding the city who's in charge. But Venice doesn't resist. It never does. It just adapts. Uli, indifferently, beautifully. He finds a bench near the canal and sits again, tired but not weary. The water laps gently at the stones below. He tilts his head back and watches the fog begin to thicken, blurring the edges of everything. Buildings, lamps, thoughts. The bells ring one last time, faint, soft, like a lullaby told to the waves. He closes his eyes. The world narrows to sound. The ocean breeze brushing against stone. The faint creak of a rope against a mooring post. And the slow, steady heartbeat of the water itself. His breathing matches it. Steady, calm, deep. You can almost feel yours matching too. The line between story and listener dissolves. Venice doesn't care who's dreaming. It just keeps whispering until you do. The traveler doesn't move again for a long time. And when he does, it's only to rest his head against the wall behind him. His eyes close fully now. The notebook slips from his hand and lands softly beside him. The fog grows thicker. The church bells fade. The city exhales. Everything slows. And Venice, the city that never sleeps, decides, just for a moment, to rest. The first light comes slowly, almost shy. It slips between buildings, tiptoes across the canals, and brushes the city awake without asking permission. Venice doesn't open its eyes quickly. It stretches. A long, gentle stretch through fog and water and centuries. The air has changed. You can smell it, that faint sweetness that only appears just before dawn, when the sea and the sky trade colors for a moment. Somewhere in the distance, a bell rings once, not loudly, not fully awake either. Just enough to remind the world that morning still exists. Our traveler stirs on the bench by the canal. His coat is damp with mist, his notebook half open beside him. For a few seconds he isn't sure where he is. Then he hears the water, feels the salt on his lips, and remembers Venice. The city looks different now. The fog has thinned, but not gone. It moves gently through. Oh, the alleys, wrapping the domes and bridges in silk. The water glows silver blue, the kind of color that doesn't stay long enough to name. Every sound, footsteps, birds, oars, feels distant, softened by the hush of dawn. He picks up his notebook, brushes the dew from its cover, and opens to a blank page. The paper feels cool, alive somehow. He starts writing again, not to remember the night, but to say goodbye to it. His handwriting is slower now, more careful. He writes about the rain, the bells, the woman at the window, the gondolier who refused payment, the way the city breathed in rhythm with the sea, and how, for one night, time forgot to exist. Then he stops, looks at the last line, and smiles. The ink shines wetly for a moment, then sinks into the page like a secret. He closes the notebook. That feels like the end of something, though he can't quite say what. The city doesn't mark endings. It just changes shape, one reflection into another. The first rays of sunlight reach the water now, turning every ripple into liquid gold. You can see the gondolas begin to move again. Slow, quiet. Their silhouettes gliding across the glowing surface. A baker opens his shutters. A child yawns and pulls a curtain aside. A bird lands on a stone post, shakes its wings, and begins to sing. Venice wakes like an old story being retold. Same words, different listener. The traveler stands and stretches. The stiffness in his legs feels earned, not unpleasant. He looks around once more, at the canals, the fading mist, the rooftops catching light, and for a moment he thinks about staying. Everyone does. Venice has that way of whispering just one more day. But he knows better. The city isn't meant to be kept. It's meant to be visited, remembered, dreamed about when you can't sleep. It belongs to the people who come and leave and come again, each taking a tiny piece of its silence with them. He walks slowly along the canal. The water mirrors his every step. Fisher. Man calls out a greeting from a boat. He nods in return. The sound of morning fills the air, not loud, but layered. The slap of water against hulls, the creak of ropes, the soft, familiar chatter of Venetians, starting another day of pretending not to live in a miracle. He crosses a bridge, one of the small ones, arched like a sigh. Below, a cat balances along a railing, tail high, perfectly at ease. He smiles at that. Cats always understand the city better than people. The bells start again, fuller now, brighter, alive. San Marco, San Giorgio, San Zaccaria, all chiming at once, each echo finding its way through fog and alley until the entire city hums together. It's not a song, Exactly. It's a heartbeat. He stops halfway across the bridge to listen. The sound travels through him, low and deep, ancient and kind. It reminds him that everything, even silence, eventually becomes music. He stays there until the bells fade. The sun is higher now, cutting through the fog, lighting the domes and rooftops with soft fire. The city shines. Even the puddles from last night's rain sparkle like tiny mirrors, remembering the stars they borrowed. He takes one last breath, deep, slow, sea-salted, the kind that fills not just your lungs, but your thoughts. He feels something inside settle quietly, like a wave finding the shore. Venice doesn't say goodbye. It just lets you go, gently, like a dream that knows you'll come back someday. He turns toward the open lagoon. The boat's there already, sails catching the faintest breeze, ropes creaking softly. He walks down the steps, the water licking at the stones. A small ferry waits, rocking slightly. He steps aboard. As the boat pulls away, he looks back at the city. From here, it doesn't look quite real anymore. It floats between sky and sea, its reflection blending with the clouds. You can't tell where the world ends and the dream begins. Maybe that's the point. The church bells ring one last time, faint but clear across. The water, the sound stretches, echoes, and finally dissolves into the breeze. He smiles, that quiet, tired kind of smile that means peace, not joy. Then he closes his eyes and lets the rhythm of the boat carry him. The water murmurs. The sea breathes. The city fades slowly into mist. And as the light grows warmer, softer, gentler, you can feel yourself drifting too. Back through the canals, past the bridges, through the echoes of rain and bells, until all that's left is sound and stillness and the steady pulse of the tide. The waves brush the hull. The wind sighs through the rigging. The bells fade into memory. And Venice, eternal and patient, begins another day. You take one last breath. Deep, slow, easy. Let it out. There's nothing left to do now. No story to finish. No city to chase. Just the ocean breeze. The faint sound of church bells over water. And the slow, endless rhythm of a rainy night that finally, quietly, falls asleep. You've been listening to Stories Before Sleep. May your dreams be calm, your mind still, and your next sunrise, wherever it finds you, feel a little like Venice.